Recording in progress.
Good evening and welcome to the regular meeting of the Petaluma Pedestrian and Bicycle Advisory Committee for Wednesday, January 3rd. Chair, can you please take roll? Clerk.
Osselmeyer? Bond?
Here.
Chair?
Here.
Garcia?
Here.
Tar?
Here.
Quint?
Here.
Rakusen?
Here.
Earl?
Here.
Barnacle?
Present.
Thank you. During general public comment, the public is invited to make comments on items of public interest that are within the committee's subject matter jurisdiction and that are not listed on the current agenda. Public comments are limited up to 3 minutes per person. Depending on the number of persons wishing to address the committee, time will be allocated in equal shares totaling no more than 15 minutes. Clerk, have you received any comments prior to the meeting?
There were no public comments received.
Okay, and the first comment card I have is for Nicola Fry.
Hi there. My name is Nicola Fry, and I'm the chair of the Petaluma Senior Advisory Committee, and I'm in the board of directors of Rebuilding Together, and I work with a variety of other ad hocs for various other city committees and commissions. Today, I'd like to address a matter of utmost importance: the needs and issues of the seniors and the disabled in our community. We all need to be involved in a crucial conversation about the challenges faced by seniors, and we need to explore actual solutions to enhance their quality of life for at least our 32% of population that are seniors in Petaluma. I do not know if you're aware of the current and poor understanding there is about the quality of life for older adults. At least 1 in 6 seniors lives in poverty. 96% live independently. 30% live alone. 20% do not drive or have a car. 1 in 9 live with mild to severe dementia. 20% need help with average daily needs, shopping, cleaning, cooking. 40% have ambulatory limitations. And 80% have 2 or more chronic medical issues. These and other facts lead to older adults bearing the brunt of all disasters. In the heat wave of 2021 in Oregon, the median age of those who died was 67. At the Camp Fire and the Lahaina fires, the median age of those who died was 60. Think of these facts and ask yourself, what are we doing for Petaluma seniors? As an example, Petaluma has 47 parks and miles of trails and sidewalks, but most are not senior or handicap frail friendly. 40% of our parks have designated facilities for those under the age of 18, including the newly proposed $2.8 million skateboard park, while we seniors have 1 park with 1 facility, the senior center. As someone told me recently at a meeting, well, seniors can just go use any park they want. Just go and sit on a bench. It's not what we're looking for. Our trails and sidewalks are difficult to traverse, especially if you have a cane, a walker, or a wheelchair. The majority of the trails start with a paved entrance, but then the surface changes to gravel or dirt. Our sidewalks, yeah, I know the individual owners are responsible for our city sidewalks, but just try taking a walk between the newly installed corner cuts. As seniors, we're lucky to have a lot of facilities and resources put on by nonprofits. But as I said in the beginning, we all need to be involved in that crucial conversation about the challenges faced by our seniors, and we really need to explore meaningful solutions to enhance the quality of life of our Petaluma seniors and disabled. Within the next 5 years, the number of those over 55 will eclipse the number of those under the age of 18. So to that end, what can all of us do for our seniors, our handicapped, and are frail.
Thank you, and thank you for your advocacy. Next is Eris Weaver.
Hi, Eris Weaver with the Sonoma County Bicycle Coalition. First off, I just want to say yay for the newly installed most excellent bike racks in front of City Hall. That's always been one of my pet peeves, coming to a meeting to talk about why we want more people on bikes and not having anywhere to actually park a bike. And they're the right kind and they're installed correctly, and yay for that. The other thing that has been very up of any of you who read the paper or follow us on Nextdoor or Facebook or anything has seen what's been blowing up around our new PSA about obstructions in bike lanes. And I was involved in a very lengthy conversation is a polite word for it on Nextdoor about whether or not it's legal to park in bike lanes. And apparently there is a large contingent of the population who believe that it's legal to park in a bike lane, even though the California Vehicle Code very clearly forbids it. But that is one of the things that most of our jurisdictions don't really enforce. But there is a new law going into effect here in California. Actually, just went into effect on the 1st that actually allows cities that use the cars with the cameras and what's the word, to look at parking, to also cite parking and bike lane issues as well. So that's something I'm kind of tickling people with. I have to say, I actually don't know if Petaluma actually uses that automated parking enforcement vehicles or not. Well, wait, you guys don't even charge anybody to park. Well, there's a whole nother problem, but we'll talk about that one another time. Okay, I'll stop now. Thanks.
Thank you, Eris. Next is Dan Barry.
Hi, I'm Dan Barry. Lived in Petaluma for 29 years. My wife and I live in West Ridge Knolls. We've raised a couple of boys through the Petaluma schools. I come here as a citizen who I think of myself as fairly active in the community. In the Rotary Club of Petaluma. Through Rotary Club of Petaluma, I was introduced to Leadership Petaluma, which is an organization put on by the Petaluma Area Chamber of Commerce, and it's a wonderful program. I'm sure you all have heard of it. But one day a month, you would go and have a different theme day. The theme could be education, and you visit schools. Another day is Government Day. We came to this room, and Leadership Petaluma, my class, we graduated in June. But when we came to this room, we met with the mayor and other people at the city, and were encouraged to do a project. So each Leadership Petaluma graduating class does a project together, or they're encouraged to do a project. And you've seen them around town, whether you realize it or not. For instance, the mural at Petaluma Boulevard in Washington, the giant historic Petaluma historic mural there was the first Leadership Petaluma class. They sponsored that mural. But benches all over town, both public and private property, leadership classes have contributed to. So our group decided to do, in spirit of Climate Ready Petaluma and us being a pro-bike town, we decided to raise money to purchase and install Darrow bike fix-it stands. Now you've seen these. There's one at SRJC, maybe two, another one at the library. These are wonderful things. Here's a picture of some people in our group standing in front of it. It's like a big stainless steel post with cables and tools and a bike pump. So we did. We got 26 people, companies, individuals, et cetera, that donated money, and we raised about $10,000. The city bought one of these themselves through Climate Ready, and they cost about $2,200 each. So we bought 4 more. We've got commemorative plaques put on each one of them, and then we delivered them to the city the first week of August. And our expectation was they would get installed. They've not one been installed, and that's why I'm here. So representing the group, We know that there are issues. So we've identified, like at the SMART train, at the Mary Isaac Center, at various parks, there are issues about getting these installed. But not one has gone in. And I'd like to ask all of you guys to become champions of this project and get these things installed. So thank you.
Thank you so much. And Pete Gang, you do not want to give public comment, is that correct? Correct. Okay, thank you. So first presentation is the micromobility update, and this will be given by Adam Garcia and possibly Pete Gang as well. Maybe. Thank you, Adam.
All right, thank you, everyone. If we can see the screen, looks good. So yeah, this is a presentation, kind of some notes from the Micromobility America Conference. There was attended by myself, Pete Gang, and John Shribs. And so we were thinking of just wanting to bring some of the lessons learned from what we saw there to the group, as it I think can be highly informative about how we develop our active transportation plan and the update. Let's see, so continuing on, so what I wanted to be able to talk about today, I think, was a few different things, just the highlights, some technology and innovations in micromobility, the infrastructure that's needed to accommodate these innovations, and then a lot of the planning decisions that are necessary. So moving to this first one, again, this took place mid-October of last year at Point Richmond, representing in America. They have a Micromobility Europe as well too, so it was a very international event. So the big takeaways really is that, as we'll see in the coming slides, the micromobility industry is just really expanding at a tremendous pace. And as we start to think about safe and complete streets, I think it's really important to think about what these old and new mobility devices can do, how they can serve the populations that currently are underserved or feel threatened to use bike lanes to be able to get around safely around town. So in many senses of the words, both in carbon and cost, that using micromobility, smaller mobile devices is a great way to reduce carbon emissions. I think one of the important things to think about is just how much transportation emissions come from are accounting for the total emissions. It's about 57% across Sonoma County come from just transportation emissions, primarily on road. And so when we think about also that this is coming from the travel behavior study by SCTA, the average trip length within Petaluma is about 2.9 miles. So thinking of how to get around without a vehicle, and I think what John wanted to emphasize was, feeling it right now, that sometimes it's challenging to go in the rain and the cold and the dark. And so thinking about, it's not just riding on a bike, there has to be some additional protections, thinking about how you can introduce micro cars as well, just as another innovation to consider. So looking at some of the technology and innovation, any way that you can roll around, essentially, you can put a motor on it, scoot around in ways that are a lot quicker, faster, less taxing on the body, going up hills and longer distances, for instance. So quite a long list. I won't read them all off there, but you can see them for yourselves. More interesting are the pictures, I think, just thinking about what are these possibilities. So as I was saying, none of these necessarily show any type of protection from the elements. But fortunately, we live in a Mediterranean environment where, we don't have to deal with the cold and rain for too long. So that's to our benefit, but still has to be a consideration. So a variety of e-bikes. Here are some of the 3- and 4-wheeled mini and micro vehicles. Several of these are street legal, as you can see on the right. Some very fascinating ones that, can go up to 65 miles an hour just using your own pedal power and a motor that can, be essentially riding your bike on the freeway in a little small car. I'm fascinated to see how that would work in this way, but this is what the technology is available to do in these times. So scooters and skateboards, being able to go off-road, some small carrying cases to make them compact for travel on transit potentially. There's some innovation as well, obviously, for the single-wheel devices, but thinking about mobility scooters, how those can be used as a more steady platform for collecting groceries, going to the store, having what you see right there, you would kind of sit on that top platform and have your legs forward, so you can operate that way. And another interesting innovation, utility personal transporter. This would be highly modular, essentially 4 wheels that you can attach a variety of different objects on to meet your daily needs, your business needs. I definitely want one. And I think the other real innovative thing is thinking about how we deliver our goods and services around the city. We see mountain bikes, little small compact cars driving around. Obviously, there's a variety of different delivery vehicles, but I think what we're also thinking about is how can we really have a lower impact on those local delivery, that last several miles, thinking of from where those distribution centers are in Petaluma to the different neighborhoods. So there's a lot of interesting innovations here, and we can see this a little bit more in terms of, it's a little bit outside of micromobility, but thinking of multimodal delivery options too. The Serve Robotics has autonomous sidewalk delivery that got popular during COVID. I think in Texas, maybe Virginia as well, Amazon and Walmart, you can deliver anything, I think under like a few pounds to rural areas. So the Urban Consolidation Center, that's what I was mentioning about earlier, and just wanted to give a definition to that. It's defined as a logistics facilities established in urban areas whose objective is to organize the cargo flow coming from outside to be delivered inside the service area, consolidating deliveries and cargo vehicles with maximized load factor and optimized routes. So thinking about how we can really make the delivery of all the goods within Petaluma more efficient. So thinking about micromobility infrastructure, what's necessary, thinking about neighborhood rideshare systems that can be used with 2, 3, 4-wheel vehicles, using scooter bikes and microcars, having lockable stations for rideshare vehicles. We can look at this in a little bit later slides, and then also thinking about paratransit and kind of Uber Lyft services that could be done with e-tricycle rickshaws, maybe for more local, say, downtown trips or that are within safe biking distance. So how to accommodate all these vehicles on our streets? Obviously, there's only so much space, but one of the first recommendations, obviously, is build a network of greenways. So complete, integrated, kind of the non-traditional automobile, and then really thinking about traffic calming, reducing speeds on those side streets as well. So for this automobile mobility infrastructure, really safety concern is the biggest roadblock from getting people on bikes. It's just not safe to feel like you can go down Lakeville on the bike lane and be like, yeah, I'm totally fine here. You need infrastructure to be able to be, to get that sea change of confidence in non-traditional riders. Thinking about wider pathways, especially if we wanted to increase the number of people, even if these were to be used for delivering goods as well, is necessary. And then thinking about secure on-street parking for these rideshare and e-bikes. So Petaluma has been proposed a green network. This is an example of what one could look like, for our city, thinking of how to make these areas both beautiful and active transportation corridors. Here, as I'm mentioning, wider bike paths. There's some great research being done on this to give some recommendations. Designing for small things with wheels. Bike scooter parking with charging. So as you know, we will be getting finally shared bike and rentals through primarily along the SMART corridor coming this summer. But thinking about how we can make sure that's a success and also build off that. It's only going to be a pilot period for about 2 years. So we want to make sure that that can really show that there's high use, and thinking about other innovations beyond that 2-year pilot period. Thinking about downtown districts, but I also wanted to emphasize in the sense grocery deserts potentially, where you have no choice but to drive your car to get groceries. So having tricycles, cargo tricycles potentially could be, I think, another priority for placement for shared bicycles. That would give people another option besides using their car. And I think, just identifying where senior centers are as well makes a lot of sense, seeing if there's especially tricycles, four-wheeled micro cars, being able to move around the city, thinking if there's potential to have those as shared areas as well too. So this is a quick image of a ride share where you can have scooters, you could have regular bicycles. I think tricycles would work there as well. These work both as kind of the lock and the charger, so you can kind of see that single cord hanging off. So it's multi-purpose. But obviously we need to improve a lot of the operations, and I think this will be a good pilot period for us these next 2 years to see how we can learn from some of these best practices to make sure that that the rideshare program is a success. Thinking also about reaching out to disadvantaged communities and figuring out how to work with community partners to be able to facilitate some of the paperwork, but also alleviate some of the financial costs as well. So in thinking planning for micromobility, what should we be talking about around the table? There are many different opportunities to accelerate micromobility, education and training. I think it's Alameda County Clean Energy Program has a bike share library. So that's a great way to be able to just rent an e-bike, give it a whirl, see how it works. And then if you like it, you can go out and buy one confidently, knowing that, yes, this is something I'm, used and tried. Obviously, Sonoma County Bike Coalition does a lot around education and training, so we're grateful to their work. And then also thinking about different types of rideshare systems. We talked about bikes, scooters, tricycles, micro cars. Other innovations could be around micro transit systems, micro delivery systems, and then the regulations and potential funding that's available. In terms of regulations, I think that's something that is interesting just to make a note of, that this is one field where the technology is moving faster than the regulations can keep up with. So there's a lot of great resources out there, some that are in this presentation we can, I think about integrating into the ATP update. So big game changers to advance micromobility. Like I mentioned, build that network of greenways, just make the speed limit slower, and really thinking about micromobility across the spectrum for people, services, and goods. And yeah, getting back to John Shrib's point of just thinking all weather, all day, night, and options to making sure it's safe in those conditions as well. Thinking about partnerships with different leaders in this sector already, figuring out what standardized regulations are necessary. Of course, there's speed, limits, passing protocols on shared pathways. I think battery charging systems is another one that's on there that's emerging in New York City. Supporting safety training and licensing systems, and then thinking about incentives for disadvantaged communities. And with that, I think that concludes the presentation, and got more slides. If you have questions, we can go into detail, but that's kind of the high level for now.
Thank you, Adam. That's a great presentation. Committee members may provide brief comments on this presentation, but should not deliberate on the matter. If a conversation is warranted, we would have to agendize that. And how about I start with Marcia?
Well, this is the second time I've seen this presentation, and I was hopeful when we saw it at SCTA that we would be able to bring it here, and so hence it's here. I was blown away by the numbers of and possibilities of devices that we could get, mainly the senior. I was thinking mainly of the senior community because I'm a member of the senior community, and I would love to see ways to get seniors to realize how easy it would be to ride one of these. I was thinking of maybe some kind of a play date on a weekend where we bring in vendors and show off their products and allow the senior community, along with all the rest of our communities as well, to come and take a ride and ask questions and find out about pricing and are there discounts available, et cetera, et cetera. But I was awfully glad to see this presentation brought before us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, great presentation. I'll be really curious. I think one of the big issues is what infrastructure do some of these vehicles use, whether it's bike lane, whether it's street, whether they need separate infrastructure. I know people have raised the safety concerns, especially recently with e-bikes using bike lane. I think there was some stuff in San Francisco that highlighted that. So a great presentation, and I'll be really curious to see how that shakes out with cities that are moving forward with this.
Thank you. A few things I noted that this really highlighted for me is the need for safety and having people come to our town and maybe not be familiar with it, just making sure that there's a clear mapping tool for them to use to find the safest routes, which I really would love to see that in an app. And I think one of the most compelling things for me was like having designated delivery routes and ways to distribute those deliveries that would help us reduce GHG and meet our carbon neutrality goals, like coming into town, but maybe offloading like near the fairgrounds or somewhere, getting back on the freeway, and instead of coming through town. And the way that delivery vehicles are like parking, speaking of parking in bike lanes, that would be really helpful. And I also just really liked the emphasis on having beautiful corridors and having the SStat image of all the trees on our streets is just like hopefully something we'll achieve soon. Thank you.
Yeah, just to respond quickly to the speed issue, I think that's something New York City didn't have an answer when that question came up at the conference. Going fast in bike lanes where there's electric bikes next to bio bikes, there's a definite risk there as well. And so figuring out where maybe the middle point might meet in an interesting way is those reductions in speed limits might then actually allow for those micromobility devices, because they can go, 20 miles, 25 plus miles an hour. So having, for those comfortable to travel at that speed, might say this is a mixed street with, 20 mile an hour, 25 mile an hour with cars and micromobility devices. And it's just an understanding, I think, maybe that, this street, cars are not prioritized, or however you need to say that. That this is something where, I face that regularly going down D Street east of the station, where if it's a shared street, cars are always going to try to pass you to get to the stop sign. They're rushing through. So it's not safe, and it's figuring out how to make that clear on those corridors as well, that, you have to get in line and go at that right speed. So, but it's still nothing yet that when those levels increase the amounts of people traveling, then I think that's what New York is dealing with. figuring out like how does that exactly fit in is ongoing challenge.
Great presentation, but I don't have any extra comments. Thanks.
Thank you for the presentation. My only comment is that we're only going to see a lot more of these. I think it was implied there, but the price points are coming down. They're already outselling EVs without any subsidies or any lobbying or anything like that. And I'm looking right now, they're supposed to, right now the market is valued at about $1.9 billion, and by 2030 it's supposed to grow to about $7.16 billion. And so we're about to see e-bikes proliferate at a rate we don't even know. It's truly a disruptive technology because we don't have the infrastructure. And so it just, reiterates the importance of nice, wide, safe lanes. And courtesy, too. I almost got hit by a couple of teenagers on the sidewalk downtown today. So I do think that there's some real issues with that. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from the committee? Eris, I have likely all of them. Would you like to comment on the presentation? I know.
So it's been really interesting watching all of these proliferation of other kinds of bikes, and some of the ones that are pictured in there I've actually had the opportunity to ride or test out. The one photo that was in there of the folks from the Sebastopol Senior Center with that bike that holds two passengers, I got a chance to both be a passenger and a driver with that one not too long ago, and that was really fun. But that adds, as I think Adam said, a whole bunch of challenges into the infrastructure, because we tend to already, a lot of the entrances and exits to class 1 mixed use paths sometimes aren't even wide enough to get a bike with my bike just with panniers on it through. And when you get a wider thing like that, it's a lot harder to get in and out. They were only giving people rides on the Geraldota Trail, but how you getting on and off of it for several places were really challenging. The other thing that this is just a thing I think about around with the bike share stuff, which everybody wants to have and loves. And when I travel, I use them a lot, right? When I'm somewhere else, I if they were here, I've got a bike, so I wouldn't use them here. But more and more of all those companies are going bankrupt because it's not, you can't make a profit on it. Those systems have to be heavily subsidized. And so that is a challenge to figure out of who is the intended user and how do you price it and how much subsidy does the city want to put into that, as opposed to what else could be subsidized that would give more bang for the buck. So I just have a lot of questions about that in the long term.
Thank you. Thank you for this presentation.
Can I make one more comment?
Yeah, please.
Adam, I'd love for that the presentation to come to Sonoma Clean Power. There's a nexus there where we focus a lot on anything electric and that reduces emissions. And Sonoma Clean Power had an e-bike program, and they are also probably the wealthiest agency I've ever served on a board for. So we'd love to see some more talk about e-micromobility at SCP.
Yeah, I've been very curious about that. Maybe we can set up a meeting with Alameda Energy folks that are doing that.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, great.
Thank you. And Nicola, would you like to make a comment?
Okay, I have no speech for this one, but I was listening. I live in a mobile home park on North McDowell Boulevard. There are approximately 300 people in my park. There are over 1,000 citizens who live in mobile home parks on North McDowell Boulevard. But we have limited access except by cars. We do have a bus that goes down once an hour if you manage to catch it on time. But other than that, we don't have access to anything except that inside of our park, which is all flat one level, We have bike riders, we have scooter riders, we have electric bike riders. We even now have some electric trike riders who would love to get out of the park. We know that North McDowell recently had their new wonderful bike lanes built, but they're not usable by us because if you're on the sidewalk, it's not wide enough to allow you with a three-wheel vehicle, which is what I'm looking at buying for myself, is an electric trike, because of where some of the poles were left in, where the concrete, which is supposed to go around the poles, is only 2 foot wide, not 3 foot wide. So we have these problems. We really want to be able to use the Smart Train trail because it's right there next to our place. But we are scared to death to cross North McDowell Boulevard. We've already had one resident of our park killed crossing North McDowell Boulevard right outside of our house. So right now we're scared to do that. But we do know that there's going to be a flashing light and a red light right by the train area there, so we can cross at some point. But our current problems are stopping us from experiencing getting out. And so the speed limit idea is fabulous. I mean, if you go on that street at any time, you'll notice that a lot of cars are 50, 60 miles an hour. The current situation there is not conducive for us using the trails that are nearby. But a lot of the ideas that you have and a lot of things are things that seniors would be really, really excited about.
Thank you. Moving on to the approval of minutes for December 6, 2023. Are there any changes to be made to the minutes? Okay, then the minutes will be approved as is. And now moving to public hearings and matters for consideration. We're to review and provide feedback on the draft blueprint for carbon neutrality. And Bjorn is presenting this item.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and good evening. Happy New Year to you all. I do not have a presentation for this item. I'm coming to you tonight. We're going to do our best to figure out how to compile all of your comments, distill them, and then get them back to the folks working on the climate action planning efforts. But just for some quick introductory, for a little bit of context on what we're discussing tonight as outlined in your staff report. In 2019, the city recognized a climate emergency and formed the Climate Action Commission with the aim of achieving carbon and climate neutrality. And so throughout the next couple of years, that Climate Action Commission, in partnership with city staff, crafted the Climate Emergency Framework, which was endorsed by City Council in January of 2021, and notably outlined the city's commitment to achieving carbon neutrality by 2030. And so out of that, the city also began working on the general plan update, which includes in it a climate action and adaptation plan, and recognizing the urgency of carbon neutrality in our community, decided to basically create a standalone, or not a standalone, but move forward with a document, the blueprint for carbon neutrality, which is a climate action plan. So the plan that's before you tonight for your review and feedback is really focused on actions that the city can take to reduce and eliminate our greenhouse gas emissions as a community. The general plan itself will have we'll have many more actions related and policies related to climate adaptation and resiliency. So this is really focused on our drawdown efforts. A couple of other kind of high-level notes from the blueprint for carbon neutrality. It identifies transportation as our leading source of greenhouse gas emissions in Petaluma, which is consistent with communities all over California and certainly North America at about 67% of our greenhouse gas emissions. And it also identifies a few scenarios, the most conservatively of which, where, if we follow this blueprint, would lead to a 61% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030, And focusing in on transportation, if we wanted to achieve carbon neutrality, the plan outlines a need to ensure that 25% of all trips made in Petaluma are made using electric vehicles, and that the remaining 75% are made using non-single occupancy vehicle trips. So it's a pretty bold vision, and the action plan is really meant to, the transportation and land use action plans are meant to guide our work in reducing greenhouse gas in transportation. So with that, I will share my screen, and I've got a spreadsheet up which has the comments I received by email. I've got comments from committee members Bond, Camarda, and Tar up in this spreadsheet. And then I'll also have the plan up, and we're going to test this out. Hopefully we can see everything and we'll adjust as needed. This is a kind of a challenging way to solicit this feedback, so bear with me. Let's hope this works okay. All right, so you've all got your monitors in front of you. I know for our folks in the audience, this is probably not great. I'll try to zoom in a little bit more on each. And I think what we could do is maybe start with the committee. You all have hopefully had a chance to review this. Maybe we start with some just general questions. I'll do my best to answer them, although I personally have not been involved in this process. It's really been spearheaded by our general plan consultants and community development department and Climate Action Commission, obviously. So we can start with questions. I can flip through the plan, and then I can also zoom in as we kind of move through the transportation and land use action plans, look at some of the individual comments we've received, and you can add yours. And I'll keep this running. I'll add comments in real time, and we will, at the end of the night, hopefully have something that we can share back with my colleagues in community development. Does that sound okay to you all? All right, thank you.
Bjorn, could you remind us when, so Ann Baker and Ann Edminster and Amy Griffin-Atchley are the ad hoc on the Climate Action Commission that are in charge of compiling these comments. And in case anybody feels like compelled to reach out to them, I think that's worth knowing. And then, but the date that this all needs to be to them is coming up pretty quickly, right?
Yes,
Like
so they have asked
17th.
for committee. So there was an online feedback form that was open in the fall, which I believe I shared with you all via staff comments with a link to that page. And then they're now asking for committee and commission input by the end of January. Okay. Those will be compiled over and updates will be made to the plan in February. And then they plan, I believe, to take it to Climate Action Commission for their final review in March. And then it would move on to, assuming that Climate Action Commission is ready to give it its blessing and recommend City Council adoption, it would move on to Council for adoption as early as, I believe, late March, possibly April.
So committee members of other committees still have time
yes.
to submit things?
Yes, and for anyone on PBAC, if you haven't yet had an opportunity to read through and provide comments, you can still do so. We don't need to capture everything tonight, but obviously this is our only opportunity to discuss as a committee, so I wanted to give you this opportunity. And
I think that I was at the Climate Action Commission meeting, so I heard some of that discussion, and I think that for our feedback to be best incorporated as like concise and actionable as committee comments can be in the form would be really helpful to that ad hoc.
Yes, definitely.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. So yeah, and we'll start with any questions, and if you don't have questions, then we can just skip to public comment, and then we would come back to you for committee comment.
Brian.
There's metrics in there, but there's no targets. Can you say why there's no targets associated with the metrics?
That's Yeah, it's a great question.
Okay.
We can pass along that suggestion.
I'll phrase the rest of my questions as comments then.
Bjorn, I just think there might have been a copying error. Looks like the page numbers for my comments got a little funny.
Yeah, sorry. I was trying to, I had to take out, you all kind of were very specific about where on the pages your comments were addressed, what your comments were addressing, and I couldn't sort with all of the additional text on the page numbers. Is that, or does it look like the comments aren't matched to the pages?
It looks like my comments aren't matched to the pages, so I just, yeah.
Sorry, I tried to sort them all so that we could actually make sense of these, but I may have made some mistakes.
I wonder when you copied from my file. I don't know, because you had to like adjust the wrapping. Anyway, I can just tell you right now.
Okay.
So row 2 is 55.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
So sorry, row 2 is 55.
Oh, I was looking at. Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
3 is 57. Then 59, 60, and 64.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. All right.
Okay. Are there any other questions on the committee? No. Okay, so we can move to public comment. Sorry, let me get my. Oh, please. Sorry.
No, it's okay. I wasn't being very assertive there. Just really quick, Bjorn, on page 59, we talk about complete street design standards and classifying streets by their modal priority and land use context. And I know in working with the ATP ad hoc, we've talked about these kind of things. Is that already happening in the general plan? Because that's just something I hadn't heard about before, the modal priority of streets. I know we're just getting to land use. Is that discussion ongoing, or is that kind of coming in the future for the general plan advisory committee?
I would say that's coming with the general plan mobility element is where that will be, where that would live. Yep.
Okay. And then, this is a question pretty specific to the ATP, but in reading about on page 60, integrate transit infrastructure needs in the ATP. Do you think that we have focused on that enough? Is there more that we should be doing to specifically call out kind of how the ATP should dovetail with transit needs? And reviewing our notes before this, that wasn't like a primary area of focus. Do you think we should be focusing more there? Have we done enough?
No, it's a good call out. It's, generally speaking, with the way we are approaching the project identification and the mapping exercises, we are looking at connectivity with community hubs, activity centers, schools, parks. And I would say we've definitely looked at the major transit hubs. So downtown Smart Station, the future Petaluma North Station, both the few transfer centers that Petaluma Transit and the other North Bay transit agencies have. Not as much at a local or at a finer scale level with individual Petaluma Transit bus stops that aren't transfer points or don't serve, but it's something that we can definitely, I think we could take a closer look at. Yeah.
Yeah, and I know there's always a challenge in each kind of initiative is how expansive does each one get? What are the limits? But yeah, something to think about there. And then TDM and parking management programs, is that something that is going to kind of empower our planning department on initial review of applications? I mean, it feels like this is already happening. Are we kind of waiting for this document for them to make some of those policy level changes for planning staff?
Yeah, so on the parking management side, I would say the first step there is the parking management study that we have grant funding for to start in 2024. I think that will yield that'll give us some really good actionable recommendations around how to best manage parking, especially in the downtown area. As far as TDM, I think that's a separate effort, I believe, being undertaken by our planning department. And I'm not sure the timing of that, but that would have I think the biggest impact that a TDM policy would have is on development projects. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. With that, we'll move to public comment. The public is invited to make comments on this item. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per person. If you haven't done so already, please fill out a speaker card and bring it to the clerk. And clerk, have you received any comments prior to the meeting?
No public comments received.
Thank you. I have Eris Weaver.
Spent a good chunk of the afternoon reading through all of this stuff. Actually, it is so lofty. It claims to be bold and this huge mode shift and everything, but there's the scale of the detail in all the different recommendations is so bizarre that it's like, okay, by this year we want to complete this plan and this plan and this plan and this plan, and then build a low-stress pedestrian bicycle network that connects everyone. That is extremely vague. And there is so much focus on plan, policy, let's change this law, and not enough of, okay, let's build shit, right? I have a hard time imagining that the things that are in here, most of them, especially since some of them are vague, are going to actually have the desired result and get that percentage of people out of their cars. The one that is clear that will is, yes, the parking management. Get rid of parking minimums. Get rid of free parking, free public parking. And the biggest one of that is stop letting neighbors' complaints about taking away a parking space get in the way of bike infrastructure. I mean, to me, that parking management idea, if that is, incorporated into it, will make some difference, because that's one of the things that hangs you up, right, from getting things built, is people complaining about parking. There's several places where it mentions partnerships, and a lot of different groups are mentioned as partners, but there's a lot that seem to be missing, like Safe Streets Petaluma and Bike Petaluma and the Bike Coalition, and some other stuff other than Safe Routes to School is mentioned in one place. I share Brian's concerns about all of these metrics in there without saying what any of the baseline is, to say, well, can you, is there enough land in the city to even build all of the stuff that you want to get that mix? The 15-minute neighborhoods, established 15-minute neighborhoods. I live in a 15-minute neighborhood. I love it, but I don't know how you just say, bing, we'll make one, because you can say, okay, we want there to be a little mini grocery store in this neighborhood. For 20 years, I've been co-owner of a business, of a commercial business in Kitati, and we had all kinds of ideas about what we wanted to be there. You can't make businesses come be in your spot if it isn't to their economic advantage to be in that location. So there's many things that are very clear, and the ones that to me are the biggest are very vague. Thank you. Oh, I even have 9 seconds left.
Thank you. Good, and next is Pete Gang.
Thank you. I've spent a lot of time with this document over the course of the last several weeks. I was one of the shadowy cabal that brought the climate emergency resolution to Petaluma, and I've been active in Climate Action Petaluma. More recently, I was involved with Climate Action Petaluma and Cool Petaluma, putting together, assembling a large number of comments from community members, which were then passed on to the Climate Commission to be forwarded to Ramey. So part of what I'm saying are my own comments, and part of my comments are come from that larger group. First thing I want to say is I doubt that Ramey has ever been asked to write a plan to get to carbon neutrality within a very short time frame. So in a way, they can be forgiven for falling far short, but still the task remains. We have set a goal of carbon neutrality by 2030, and this blueprint, as it stands now, is not a plan that shows us how to get there. It's really nothing more than a number of worthy ideas that we should consider. One thing is, in the climate emergency framework that the Climate Action Commission, together with the input of a lot of community members, the framework specified the inclusion of sections on climate mitigation and sequestration, community engagement and outreach, and adaptation and resilience. And I just want to point out that this document only addresses the mitigation part of it, and it only addresses part of the mitigation because it mentions, but it excludes consumption-based emissions, which are a huge part of our problem. I'll echo the comment that the document is lacking in quantitative metrics and dates to establish a pathway to our goal. My time is running short. One of the things that I most appreciate is the mobility priority policy that gives priority to people walking, micromobility, transit, and automobiles at the bottom of the list. Last thing is the plan needs to address terms like complete streets, tactical urbanism, complete neighborhood, etc. Thank you.
Thank you, Pete. Okay. So that closes public comment and brings it back to the committee for discussion. And Councilmember Barnacle, I'll start with you, please.
All right. So I think definitions are really important. I sent a bunch of comments in. I asked for them not to be shared. But definitions are key. And what do we mean? Like 15-minute neighborhood. There's some reading out there about what the density is for a 15-minute neighborhood that you need to sustain that business that you really want to see there. There's nothing there, and so we can't enact a policy that's going to support that. Or in enacting that policy, we're going to get a whole mess of blowback, and we're not going to be able to say this is how you're going to have a 15-minute neighborhood. Or we want to have really good, high-quality public transit with 10-minute headways or 15-minute headways. Right now, they're 30-minute headways, extremely subsidized, and they cost a lot. So to get to 10 or 15 minutes, what does it take? How many people do we need to have living within a quarter mile of a bus stop to make bus service, or working within a quarter mile of a bus stop to actually make high-quality public transit work? I feel this there's a very real pain point that I'm feeling right now, because we're talking about an overlay zone where we're trying to upzone and encourage investment in our downtown, encourage growth in our downtown where we've seen none for the last 20 years. And we're getting a lot of pushback, and a lot of the pushback, which upzoning is a climate measure. And we're seeing a lot of pushback from people who are part of Cool Petaluma, and we need to remind people that climate action is not just about planting trees and driving a Tesla. It actually is about, land use. And we're not going to, if everybody drives a Tesla, we're still going to be stuck in traffic complaining. So definitions are key. The discussion about density was wholly lacking. We need to be able to say, what does density near a transit stop need to be to have public transit? We may decide that we don't want to have good public transit, but I want to know what it's going to take to make that happen in this plan, so that when we get there to look at the policy, we can lean back on this plan, and when people are pushing back on us, we can say, look, if we want to have high quality public transit, this is what it's going to take. It's going to be really easy to adopt this plan because there's no teeth in it. But if you don't adopt an ambitious plan, when you try and enact an ambitious policy, you're going to have enormous pushback. We're seeing that right now. So please, please, please make this an ambitious plan with a whole bunch of metrics and goals and targets and things like that, so that we can lean on it and take the plan back to the cool Petaluma people and whoever else is out there that are, maybe concerned about increasing density in their neighborhood, and say, look, we're going to give you a 15-minute neighborhood, and here's how we're going to do it, and hopefully win them over or not, and go either way. But the proof is in the pudding, shall we say. So I'm going to go through, that was sort of my overarching, that definitions are key, metrics and goals are key. I've already, leaned in on density. And then I think there's some element of regionality that we need to talk about. Partners with other cities, partners with SMART. How are we encouraging, job growth and housing growth around SMART stops? Things like that, especially with Santa Rosa and Runner Park, where downtowns where they're trying to really breathe some life around their SMART stations. I think there's some interesting opportunities for coordination. So the equity stuff is just words without being specific about what we mean to. So Bjorn, can you just pull up the graphic that I shared in my email with you? I am. Oh, actually, maybe I can't share it, but yeah, just pull up the graphic itself. Essentially, I'm really concerned that the lack of clarity, we're either not going to hit our targets, or we're going to do it in a way that just costs an arm and a leg, and it's going to fall on people who don't have the money for it. And eventually we'll get that up. So all right, so this is one of my favorite nerdy planning graphics. So everybody wants all those things, but they can't coexist. And the problem with, saying we're okay with high taxes and stable services is that that's not equitable. That just costs a lot of people more money. Sales tax already are extremely high. And so we really need to be thinking about good planning. And if we want, nice quality infrastructure and bike lanes and things like that, and we want to have an affordable community, look at what the answer is. So I'm just going to keep harping on that. And I'd love to see something like this that actually forces people to think about, the intersection of economics and how we're going to pay for all this stuff in the context of it. Because, again, it's going to be incredibly hard to enact policies if our plan is this vague. Okay, you can go back now. I think schools are an important parking management partner. If we can eliminate parking at high schools for kids that live in the city, we'll see a lot more walking, biking, and transit. And then there was a metric in there about achieving our RHNA targets, that's our state housing targets. There's nothing that the RHNA numbers are not tied to climate metrics, or they wouldn't have increased the county housing targets 8x. So let's rethink what is the actual amount of housing growth that we need to sustain high quality public transportation, to pay for the infrastructure we need to see, things like that, because it's not what the state told us. That was, something else. And then on the TDM strategies, I think we've talked about it a little bit here, but reducing all of our 4-lane roads to 2-lane roads feels like a no-brainer, considering mode shift is the most important thing. I don't think it's a tomorrow thing, but I do think it's a 20-year thing, maybe 15-year thing. And then van pools. I think van pools have a lot of promise for offsetting emissions, just because we live regionally. I don't think we should be trying to track vehicle miles traveled. They're always going to be imperfect. Oh, here's the ones that I was looking for. To me, the discussion about how we're going to pay for this is probably the hardest part for me to just let a plan like this slip through. The opportunity for us to rethink our impact fee structures to encourage growth around transit, to encourage, growth in walkable communities and things like that is there. And there's just no innovation or creativity in the way that we can structure our impact fees to get what we want. And that's a super high priority for me, because coming out of this, we really need to be, shifting as much money as we can toward the right things and away from the wrong things. And then the final one, we talked about objective design standards here a couple weeks ago, or last month or whatever, and there's just nothing in there about objective design standards. And I would expect to see something in there when this comes back for revision. Thanks.
Thank you. Kelly, thank you.
Great. I will just let my comments be my comments that I've already submitted. I don't really have anything else to add to those comments, but I would just also reiterate, it was not super clear to me, the vague metrics, and I started to most of my comments, I think, are around the metrics, to try to add some specificity, or just questioning the lack of specificity. I don't know if that is intended to be in a separate addendum where there's more specificity and baseline targets, goals, etc. But making these smarty goals is, I think, very important. So I'll just add that as a comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Stacy?
I don't have any major comments other than I'd like to add with the van pool aspect of the idea for van pools being a west to east mode for kids to get to practices. If there is some sort of way to get the drivers, fingerprinted and all of that stuff, they can load up their gear, get across town, and that would be able to transport kids way easier, because for those of us who have kids, that's a huge haul across town a lot. Thank you.
All right, a few comments, and apologize for not sending these in. I'll send you the form, Bjorn, so don't feel like you have to take too detailed comments.
Thank
you. Just going kind of down the list, I noticed just early in the chapter 2 around temperature, just kind of making the connection around urban heat island effect and how that's different across the city. There's some visualizations I can offer to illustrate that. Second comment is around the community greenhouse gas inventory. The report uses 2018 data. Our CPA has data from 2020 that's currently available. That was published September of last year, or 2 years ago, actually, I guess. And there will be an update this summer for 2022 data as well, if that's something that could be anticipated for updating to keep it current. In terms of transportation land use around that action plan, again, I have to get more specific, but there was a report that came out called Biking the Goods, How North American Cities Can Prepare and Promote Large-Scale Adoption of Cargo E-Bikes. there's a number of interesting recommendations from that I'd like to include in there. But at a high level, one's thinking about infrastructure, building and improving cycling infrastructure to support cargo e-bike operations while reducing interactions with other road users, provide and enhance parking and unloading spaces for cargo e-bikes, and then enable micro hub operations in commercial areas. So those were 3 recommendations. Under infrastructure, and then policy and regulation was around creating a legal framework for commercial cargo bike use and prioritizing cargo e-bike safety through safety-focused regulations in partnerships with delivery fleets. There's a couple others around incentives and cultural and education, but I think you get the idea. And again, I'll provide these in comments. Another comment, I guess, is something I've always wanted to be able to maybe see at some point in the future, but hold an annual citywide car-free network for a minimum of 2 to 4 weeks in the summer and partner potentially with SCBC. Just to visualize, what would that look like if we took away those parking lanes and put in, temporary class 4 bike routes and just made that complete network across the city. Summertime, people are using it, have fun, and then it goes back to what it was, or maybe people like it and they want to keep it. So anyways, just an idea. I'm not sure if that falls within the purview, but something that I couldn't help mentioning. A few ideas actually then on resource consumption. I know this is a little outside of our purview, but I think for me, when I think about sustainability, it's really around almost thinking of Petaluma as kind of walled off in a sense. What do we consume that we can produce here within our own boundaries? I think with the exception of, construction materials, but thinking of the goods, the food that we consume, what would that look like? And I think where I start to think about is one around indoor food production. So just thinking about more efficient ways to produce food where people are living, thinking of potential allowing for multi-story warehouse operations. And then in terms of the goods that we consume, this is something that, again, I'll include this in a comment, but there's the idea of producing our own goods that we use, appliances, variety of different other products. There's an idea out there that is called the Global Village Construction Set. And if I can summarize that just real quickly, it's essentially a life-size, modular, DIY, open source platform that allows users to build 50 different industrial machines. The Global Village Construction Set is designed to be low cost and high performance and help reduce barriers to building, farming, and manufacturing. It provides these different industrial machines for what it would take to build a small, sustainable civilization with modern comforts. So thinking about how that might be produced, where might those resources for those inputs come from, I think then gets into, for production, thinking about, I noticed there, I was thankful there was something about 3D printing. I think thinking about 3D printing facilities and fabrication, allowing for multi-story use of those facilities could get there. And then in terms of the input, the raw materials, where do we get stuff from? I think that's where I would love to be able to partner with Sonoma County Marin and the zero waste efforts. And thinking about, there's all of these, we have so much waste, this idea of waste equals food. We recycle things, they go away somewhere in the world, maybe they're recycled, maybe they're not. How can we localize a lot of this waste stream, thinking about processing either local in Sonoma County, locally, potentially even Petaluma, to be able to take those waste streams and provide them as the inputs for 3D printing for this Global Village Construction Set concept. So I think there's all my cards. I have a crazy streak. But I feel like that goal of saying, let's, produce everything that we consume within our boundaries. What would that look like? I think that's the thought exercise that I feel like this effort needs to go through. And that's my interpretation of how to reach that goal. Comments will be submitted soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. I've submitted all my comments, but a couple of things I would like to emphasize. Again, I think that Cool Petaluma should be replaced with community partners, and I think really the city should consider hiring Cool Petaluma as staff to do the job that they're currently doing. And then the things like increase city's capacity to manage parking or adopt general plan update with design standards, I just think this language is really vague. And then anywhere it's talking about schools and school programs, I think Santa Rosa Junior College Petaluma campus needs to be included. And then another thing that I feel like is lacking in general, but I didn't know how to incorporate in my comments, is just developing programs for citizens to plant trees, like on their own street trees. Currently, I know a council member went to someone's home and said, we would come plant a tree for you for $5,000 and you have to take care of it. And I feel like we need to be incentivizing through programs instead of deterring people. Also a better program for managing sidewalks and more education and outreach specifically around public transportation, but also any programs that we develop that are incentivizing to citizens to do things that would reduce GHGs or sequester carbon. And last, just for the committee members, if you haven't, I would recommend reading. Ann Stewart submitted a comment on behalf of Climate Action Petaluma to the Climate Action Commission on their December 14th meeting, so you can read it in that agenda. And it's hefty reading, but it's really informative on what a more comprehensive blueprint would look like. So I feel like it's worthwhile to take a look at that. And specifically around the land use part, I feel like our land use vision lacks here too. Thank you. Franklin.
Sorry, Nicole, you mentioned sidewalk program and a couple of more things. I see your comment about the street tree program.
Yeah, sidewalks. Oh, and just in general, education and outreach. I specifically wrote about education and outreach in the schools with regards to like how to read a timetable and a route map and promote the transit app. If we don't have an app available for riding city bus, transit app is pretty good at that in the interim. But just having general education, have that be like your first day of school, you learn this thing, or we have a very basic pamphlet that can help people. And then also like the city's education and outreach, I think could be better in terms of showcasing programs or incentives that we may develop within this blueprint for our citizens. Like if you want to plant a tree, like I think a lot of people got really excited when they heard about $1 million to plant trees, and a lot of people wanted to plant trees, and then that wasn't like the case. And so I feel like there is a will that we're not meeting in a great way at this time. Yeah, those are my comments. Thank you. Franklin.
So I'd like to just echo many of the comments made by my fellow committee members. The only other thing that that comes to my mind as I'm reading this, and looking at specifically like the parking management strategy, that's an aspect of this that really only sort of addresses future development, right? And it doesn't it doesn't really, seem to address, the existing issues that we have in our community with parking. Sure, I mean, we can implement, paid parking downtown, but when you start getting into some of the neighborhoods, particularly on the east side, I'm sure it's very similar on the west side in some places. There are a lot of cars that are parked on the streets, right? And so parking management, mitigating parking in new development isn't going to address that. So what incentives, are there potential incentives that could be considered to address that? And this is kind of a radical idea. I have no idea if anyone's considered it or not, but again, biking down McDowell and Eli are near and dear to my heart. Those are really big roads. And I hear Ken talking about, Petaluma has way more asphalt than we need. And so that gets into the road diet. Well, as you start to think about, well, how can you win people over for a road diet by shrinking those roads? What if you gave them some of the property back, right? And you build a nice, beautiful bike lane. You take 5 lanes down to 3, and you put in some really nice bike lanes, protected bike lanes, and you give people a few feet of property back. I bet there's some people that might be, excited about that. And it becomes less asphalt that we have to maintain in the future. Again, just a consideration for, as I think about incentivizing, folks to bring them along with this, a potential idea. That's all I have.
Thank you. Darren?
Thanks, Nicole, and I appreciate all the comments by the committee members here. I was a little late to the game with the carbon neutrality blueprint, so I'm going to be submitting my comments. One of my first questions, is this coming before the tree committee by any chance, before I go crazy on my tree commentary?
I'm not sure which committees it's going to. I believe it's, okay, we're hearing it's going to all of them. I knew for sure, I think I heard Rec, Music and Park and Senior and I think I heard Tree, but.
There was a little mix up at the climate meeting because Rhiannon said no committees wanted to offer feedback, and there were several chairs that were attending the meeting, and everyone was like, no, we want to give feedback to the things that are pertinent to us. I know Taryn was there and she really did want to give feedback, so I expect it will come before them.
Okay. We'll kind of coordinate, but I'll kind of tailor my comments because we're not at tree committee, and I'll assume that will happen. I think calling out something that Councilmember Barnacle called out about specificity in the plan. I think this is something we're running into with the ATP. And I think this carbon neutrality plan and how this blends with the general plan and where you get most specific about some of these policies and actions, especially when it comes to land use and density. Is that a general plan and zoning thing? Is that something we'll say, well, look at the carbon neutrality plan for our teeth in land use? No, it'll probably be the general plan informed by concepts laid out in this. So yeah, that's I think a huge issue we're wrestling with, and I'm sure everybody involved, including the consultant, knows that issue and is kind of working their way through that to find the balance. And funding, pages 103 to 106 at the end of the plan gets into funding. It's pretty general and vague, I think, as it has to be. We can't. One idea I had though was, is there any prioritization for projects or actions listed here under the different categories? Is there any way to estimate costs, as we often do with our budgets when we're looking by the end of 2026, we'll have this. Is there any way to estimate that cost and potential funding sources on a per action basis, just to try to tie this a little more tangibly to our budgeting process? Otherwise, it'll be hard to know. I don't know. I feel like it'll kind of get lost if we don't kind of try to tie this back to numbers, but that's the accountant in me talking. And then equity. On page 17 on figure 6, we define our DACs in Petaluma. It is mentioned 9 times later in the plan under different goals and actions. You know, I think there's something we could do to get more specific there, especially about the neighborhoods that are comprised, whether that's mobile home parks, which fall under this, and kind of tailoring some of these actions to these specific neighborhoods and maybe, you know, potential lifestyles, needs, considerations of the communities represented in that big purple DAC area. I think getting a little more granular and tailoring some of these to those needs could be effective. I would have to think more about that to give specific examples. And then seniors, because we have Nicola here and because she's been coming to so many meetings, I did search for mention of seniors and I didn't find a ton. I don't know how that would show up, but it is something to consider, again, in that equity piece of how some of these programs would impact seniors or how we can make sure we're catering to that community. One thing I was really happy about, I thought I was going to get on my soapbox about soil. Regenerative land practices and soil health were mentioned abundantly. I loved seeing on page 86 to 88, especially focusing on city properties, because I think the city can play a huge role in stewarding lands and kind of promoting those ideas. In some of my specific comments, I'll say I think we can move timelines up for everything related to soil health. I think we're in one of the best places in the world for resources and capacity on understanding soil health and what targets should be. What does healthy soil look like, right? Beyond contaminants, what does healthy soil look like when it comes to nutrient values, biomass? I think there's a lot we can do, and I'd love to see cities leading the way and kind of expanding that conversation, but not in like 2027, like right now. So that's something I'll say generally. And then there's a big piece here kind of going with that funding idea of messaging and public outreach. You know, I mentioned TDM and parking needs before. I think that's one the public is going to really struggle with. And I think we'll have to consider how we're going to do, I mean, there'll be pretty significant funding in messaging and community outreach to make sure people are on board, because it all seems a little arcane mentioned in this plan, but I think when rubber meets the road, people are not going to love it. So there's something there I think we have to earmark and budget for, kind of the reality of that. Getting a little more specific, resource consumption and action plan, and this, okay, solid waste diversion strategy, local food system and grocery strategy. On page 73, we get into the city implementation actions. I guess under kind of a couple of those categories, we talk about credentialing for local providers, especially local farmers. I just don't want the credentialing to be too exclusive or too strict. I think we want to get local providers on board. I think the spirit of this is to shift as much as we can of our ag needs to local ag. And I just don't want to see it become like a credentialing barrier or people are kind of left out because they can't get on board. I don't anticipate that happening, but I just want to put that out there. I do see that we do talk about backyard gardens. That's something I talked about, is making sure we incentivize individuals to garden, including harmonizing our water policies. I know this past year that was a big one. Am I allowed to water my tomatoes in the summer? I think we've overcome that, but just making sure we're kind of harmonizing all those elements together. Again, this is just one example, but partnerships and opportunities on page 74. And of course, I didn't put the heading in there, but it says by 2027, partner with Sonoma County Food System Alliance to promote regenerative agriculture concepts to local farmers and producers. I mean, why 2027? That could be happening tomorrow. And I think it's something we really want to do. And you could say that with all the municipal mentions of soil health and regenerative land practices. Again, moving all those timelines forward, that's one of the biggest things, because we have the human capacity to reduce our use, reduce our emissions, but then we also have the capacity to build carbon sequestration and carbon recycling in our environment. And I think that's one element that should be focused on, as I've said before, as intensely as we focus on our infrastructure and reduction of carbon emissions, is building up the natural capacity of our ecosystem to manage and recycle carbon emissions. I think that's really, really important. Urban forestry strategy, best for last. a couple key elements, and this is going to be really a huge one. I'm hoping this is already going to be in our urban forestry management plan. I appreciated that we do mention that. I think it's pages 79 and 80. We lay out the steps that are kind of ongoing with the UFMP. One of these, I think, has to be an urban forestry division under Public Works. The cities that really do urban forestry correctly are cities that take that in-house. We talk about developing a citywide planting and maintenance plan, but we don't say where that's going to live, who's going to administer it. And cities like Chico, which is kind of like the great tree city, they have a division under Public Works that's staffed with that capacity. And it really offers point people to kind of enter into every city discussion and say, yes, streets and trees, yes, land use and trees, and kind of make sure that we always have a dedicated department to make sure trees are spoken for, because they kind of touch every issue. So I would love to see that. And if that was echoed in this plan and the UFMP to have a division under Public Works responsible for trees, I think that would be a lot closer to getting that instantiated. And that goes along with updating regulation and enforcement around tree removals. That was one thing I didn't see present, was updated regulation and enforcement around tree removals. We talk about updating the tree preservation ordinance, but that's kind of one element. And as defined right now, it's only discretionary development projects. That may change, but I think there's a big push to update that. And again, what a great place for permitting and compliance for that to live than in a new department under Public Works that's dedicated to that. And then I also want to add vendor certification, just because I see that in other areas. Vendor certification for tree services in Petaluma is another big one. If you're going to manage our urban forest, a lot of times it's not going to be city staff. People are going to hire outside vendors, and we need to have a credentialing process where we know we're using vendors who aren't going to top trees or kill trees by their management. So I'll be submitting more detailed comments, but that's all I have. Thanks.
And I will stick by the comments that I have already submitted. I do, however, just want to mention that I thought, Stacy, your idea of the van pools and transporting kids to their athletic endeavors is brilliant. It's just something that really could lessen the traffic congestion on Washington. And then I also just wanted to follow up on what Nicole said and agree with her in totality. Education and outreach to our schools is absolutely imperative, and it really is very important to the success of any of our plans. It's just key. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you all. I'm going to take a quick, obviously we have a lot of very specific action suggestions. I'm not going to run through them all, but a few themes I'm hearing. Obviously some concern around the specificity and wanting more quantitative targets tied to the action items. So we will definitely pass that along as something I've heard from most of you. I've heard the emphasis on education and outreach, on especially on items that might be more controversial or require more significant behavior change from the public, things that maybe kind of create some discomfort as we're talking about mode shift and parking management and road diets and other things of that nature. And I'm trying to think of what other broad kind of themes I heard from you all. I had a few in my head. Anything else that kind of rose to the top for you all as a very high level, again, not going into the weeds on the specifics, but
Thank you, Bjorn.
okay, thanks.
And I think the Climate Commission is going to be trying to prioritize the priority areas at their meeting next week, if that's of interest to anyone. If there's no other comments, then we'll move on to committee comments. And during committee comment, members are invited to briefly share updates relevant to this committee, including liaison reports from other city bodies, and make requests for future agenda items. Dialogue between members should be limited to clarifying questions and answers, and there will be no public comment on this item. And Marcia, can we start with you?
Sure. My only comment is that there was no SCTA meeting, and that's because the SCTA actually, I think, meets every other month. Is that right, Adam? So anyway, there was no meeting for me to go to, so I have nothing to report. Thank you.
And I'll give the planning liaison update. I was not at our last meeting of PBAC, so I'll try to be pretty brief because there's a lot that happened with planning. On November 14th, the Planning Commission passed a resolution recommending City Council approve the initial study minimum negative declaration for the EKN Appalachian Hotel and associated downtown housing and economic opportunity overlay. Planning also adopted general plan and zoning amendments to facilitate the overlay. That was then slated to be reviewed by council in December, but was withdrawn by the applicant to a time undetermined as far as I know at this point. Obviously, that was a big meeting, and I thought we had a good, robust discussion. On November 28th, the Planning Commission had a study session regarding draft objective design standards that this team reviewed for qualifying residential projects. And on December 12th, we had a meeting where we actually passed a resolution recommending to City Council adoption of review and a potential adoption of draft objective design standards. So again, a really big discussion. It's important to remind people these only apply to certain residential projects under state laws like SB 35, 330, and AB 2162, but I think it sparked a lot of good discussions about overall design guidelines and codes in the city. So I think that was actually a great exercise, not just to cover ourselves for objective design review. On the December 12th meeting, we also passed a resolution recommending to City Council adoption of an ordinance to amend Chapter 5 of our IZO, that's our ordinance on overlays, to establish a fairgrounds overlay. And that was, the gist of that is with that property moving out from under the 4th District Ag to the city, suddenly there are underlying zoning regulations that come into effect, which could impact existing tenants that use the fairgrounds. So this new overlay allows for existing tenants' uses to remain uninterrupted and also puts in some guardrails for new uses that could be proposed on the site. They didn't do a prescriptive use of what could be allowed on the fairgrounds at this point, but it's guidance grounded in the City Council resolution from October 2022, and also a lot of staff discretion on considering any new uses proposed on the property until such time that a fairgrounds master plan is completed. It's kind of a temporary holdover to make sure tenants are uninterrupted and guide decisions on any potential emerging land uses on the fairgrounds. And then on the next week, on December 19th, we approved an addendum to a certified EIR, and we approved a site plan and architectural review and associated smart code warrants for a proposed development of a Spirit Living mixed-use project at 500 Hopper Street. It's a senior living facility with memory care tenants and supportive care capacity, although a lot of residents are seniors who live independently. This was continued from a summer 2023 hearing after the Planning Commission had asked Spirit, the developer, to retool their design a bit and the street front layout. I will say there's a ton of discussion on bike and pedestrian infrastructure, crosswalks, bollards, and a lot of those improvements we learned are really being coupled to the Caulfield Bridge project, which was something that was hard for residents and I think many commissioners like myself to fully kind of reconcile that, you know, we can't ask every developer to do these improvements that we know we need on that corridor in the riverfront that will eventually have the Caulfield Bridge, but there's obviously going to be a lot more traffic. The improvements need to be there. So a really robust discussion around that. And I thought pedestrian and bike interests were pretty well represented. And we really reached the limits of improvements we could ask this applicant for along that corridor, but it made it really brought into laser focus for me how important it will be for this committee to be involved and community members to advocate for active transportation infrastructure and safety, all in conjunction with that Caulfield Bridge project. So there's going to be the bridge itself, but then on that corridor through Riverfront, there's going to be all these improvements that have to be budgeted and connected to that project. So that's a big one, I think, for this committee and members of the public who are interested in this to keep an eye out for. And that was it.
Thank you. Thanks for all your work on that. That's a good update. Franklin.
Thank you. So I'm part of the Transportation Advisory Committee, and in December we voted to recommend moving forward with purchasing our first electric buses. So I believe the city's going to be placing that order for our first 4 electric buses, which will begin transitioning the fleet. So that's exciting. And then I just want to publicly recognize Pete for organizing the lighted bike ride. That was a lot of fun. It was great to see Petaluma PD out there, offering the escort. My family's already talking about making it a tradition for next year. So thank you, Pete, and anyone who helped you.
Yeah, I have to recognize your work and Petaluma Police, and it felt like a moment that a lot of the work that our community members like Eris and Emily and past and present members of this committee and council members have like put energy into seeing people ride bikes and have fun and see that they can move throughout the community. And it was just fun. And it was really fun just to have conversations with people riding bikes and all the like joy that it also brought to the people who were out there like on their porches and just enjoying seeing the movement. It was a really impressive turnout, and it was also really great to see how like Blue Zones and Cool Petaluma, how all these groups and like Aquas are working together and supporting the community. Like there's just a lot of support for good work to be done right now, and it was great to see that and come to fruition for a moment. Thank you.
Yeah, I would second that for sure. And also, having not contributed any work to it, why is it only once a year? Can't we have it in summertime also? It was so fun. My 3-year-old son keeps asking, like, where did all those bikes go? There are so many bikes. Where did they go? It's just, I get that every day. So he had a great time also. It was really fun. Just a few reports from SCTA side. I mentioned the bike share program. The vendor is Drop Mobility. They have experience around the country and have, I think, a pretty good model doing maintenance in-house, trying to, I think, address a lot of the issues that were brought up and that have been brought up before about the challenges of bike share programs. The name is still up in the air. Redwood Ride was a contender, but there's already Redwood Ride. Redwood Riders is like a motorcycle group, so still not exactly sure what it's going to be called. It might actually come to a public vote potentially. So if you have your thinking caps on and have my personal is Andale, so that's Spanish for let's go. So. But nobody knows that, so that doesn't really work. But there's probably better ideas out there. And so yeah, that's anticipated to be launched this summer. Let's see. The other thing I wanted to mention was that SCTA was awarded a Safe Streets and Roads for All grant, which is really exciting. So what will be funded? One I will save for hopefully Bjorn to mention around Petaluma, but for countywide efforts is to conduct a countywide speed limit review and reduction analysis. And I think part of what we've heard is trying to come up with kind of a guidelines document for cities of how to go about doing that. So that'll be one. Another ARIS isn't here, but developing a countywide safe routes to school plan, which will be very exciting. We have a lot of the pieces there. It's just kind of making it a comprehensive plan and figuring out exactly what resources we should be throwing at that effort. And then something that I personally will be working on is making updates to the county's Vision Zero data dashboard and progress reporting. And I think that's a great way that we can partner with Petaluma, because a big thing that I need to try to figure out is how to be able to track our progress towards Vision Zero. So in the Vision Zero action plan, there are 6 major goals, and with each goal, there are several performance metrics, and those performance metrics are essentially what I'm going to try to say, is there data out there? Can we measure this? And then keep track, hopefully annually. But the goals, you can look at the document yourself if you like, but the goals at a high level are create safer speeds, eliminate impaired driving, create a culture of safety, build and maintain safe streets for all, make vehicles safer and reduce private vehicle use, and improve data for effective decision making. So each 6 of those goals then has a number of actions associated with performance metrics. So looking forward to coming back sometime in the near future to hopefully brainstorm about some of those efforts. And that's it for me.
I will disappoint because Parks and Recreation and Music did not have a meeting in December, so I don't have an update.
I'm not representing any committees, so I don't have any updates either. Well, actually, that's not true. I'm on an ad hoc. We did meet for the active transportation plan. Shoot, I wasn't prepared to give an update. Yeah, it was good. We will reconvene, but it was a good meeting. We went through our very long and ever-growing list of action items for the active transportation plan, and I'm sure Bjorn can give more of an update should he choose to. And I would just advocate for maybe an East Side lighted bike parade in the future, or twice a year. That sounds fun. Maybe a summertime one. Thank you.
So Darren, thank you for handling all the fairgrounds technical stuff. I'll give the high level. We approved the contract for the 4th District Agricultural Association, or the Fair Board, to continue putting on the fair for the next 3 years. So we'll that's locked in. And then yesterday we got the keys to the fairgrounds, and the city is now the property manager for it. I want to emphasize, a couple months ago there was an accident on Rainier, and the protected bike lane did its job and protected the bike lane. I know there was some upset neighbors because their car got hit, but if you look at how much the car moved after being hit, it absolutely 100% did its job. The car would have been hit no matter what, but the bike lane didn't get hit. So probably is a little not so intuitive to some, but for those of us who support protected bike lanes, it was lovely to see it do its job. On the more concerning note, our Assembly member, Damon Connolly, has introduced legislation to regulate e-bike usage for people under 16 years old, so 15 and under. Personally, I don't think we should be, I don't think there's a way to enforce it. And I think it's really taking away from the real problem, which is lack of safe roads. And that's why kids are riding on the sidewalks and doing things like that. So I think it's misguided, and I hope it is significantly altered or doesn't get adopted. I mentioned the teens on sidewalks earlier. I think there's some education that we need to be doing, and potentially some enforcement with the police department in downtown around that, and possibly elsewhere, but I see it mostly around downtown. Let's see here. I'd like to give some credence to the people who showed up with the Fix-It stations, seeing if we can get those installed. I think maybe the high school and the junior high might be good places to get them in. There's lots of kids there. People get flats when they get to school. Might be there could be some easy, low-hanging fruit opportunities in there. On next Monday, the city will be looking at our flood and sea level rise mapping for the general plan. So if you're into that, that's your thing. Please show up. It's going to be an interesting conversation. We are purchasing the e-buses in February. At the end of February, we'll be revising or re-looking at our goals and priorities. We probably won't be adding too many goals. We might be, but really what it is about choosing like our top priorities of things we work on. We did this 2 years ago where we selected 10 things that we just really wanted staff to focus in on, and we've made progress on a lot of those things. And I imagine we'll be adding some new ones to the list, maybe taking some off the list because they're not as high of a priority, but and also celebrating some that we got done. Not so much on the active transportation front, but more on the mobility front. The Corona Station Housing Project got another $8 million grant award to install solar and battery for all the units and 50 bidirectional electric vehicle chargers. So they're going to be able to provide free daytime charging for electric vehicles there. And it also includes 6 electric food trucks and the installation of an orchard throughout the whole project. So pretty cool stuff on that front. And then just want to lend my voice to more lighted bike rides. I lived in San Luis Obispo, and it was a weekly bike ride. I lived in Oakland, and we had a monthly bike ride. I think if we want biking to be part of our culture, we need to make it more citywide, possibly celebrating right in the center of our city after a nice ride at the fairgrounds. So that's all I've got. Thanks.
Thank you. Can I ask about the fairgrounds? Will that like things concerning fairgrounds fall under Parks, Rec, and Music now as a committee, or?
It's going to be a team effort. Maybe Bjorn can say more about this, but to my understanding, the rentals and the sort of day-to-day operations and whatnot will fall under Parks and Recreation. So like I'm looking at renting Herzog Hall, so you could go to the Parks and Rec to do that. For things like leasing and property management services, I think that's going to be under Ingrid and Economic Development, I think. Bjorn, you might be able to say more, but yeah, it should be under Parks and Rec.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know you got that part right with the programming and the rentals of all the various spaces. But I'll look, Gina, if you want to if you're willing to be put on the spot around any other management roles that city departments are undertaking.
Hey, good evening. Everything you've said, I think, is correct. I would add that the property management is out to a third-party property management firm that just does property management. So we have that resource, a very much needed resource to help us through this transition. And of course, Public Works will be doing a lot of utility work and a lot of maintenance. We've already started inspections and finding all kinds of great things to spend more time on out there. And I think that our community development department has also building department is also starting to take a hard look at, again, maintenance and repair issues. So virtually every department in the city of Petaluma is engaged in this transition plan and making the facility everything it can be.
Okay, I guess specifically I was wondering if like Stacy's committee of Parks, Recs, and Music would be involved with that.
If the committee would be involved?
Yeah.
I don't believe so at this point.
Yeah. Okay.
I haven't heard that.
I could foresee that like PBAC might have more integration with the fairgrounds, especially with it becoming more of like a bicycle destination, and it would just be interesting to see how that plays out. But that's helpful information. Thank you, Gina.
Can I just tag on to that? Gina sort of buried the punchline there, but pretty much every department at City Hall has been involved in this process, and just we should all like pat all of our city staff on the back for the work that they did to move all that forward. The few meetings that, I pretty much every single city council meeting, it feels like we've had a closed session item to talk about the fairgrounds lease negotiation process and things like that. And oftentimes there was a person from every single department in there. And it just shows like how much work's gone into that over the last year to really land the plane with that and make sure that all the existing tenants are taken care of, and that we're also set up to address all the things we're finding out about now. Thank you.
Okay, so moving to staff comment.
Thank you. And I was also at the lighted bike ride with my 2-year-old daughter, Nora, on basically riding right behind my handlebars. She had a blast despite the very cold temperatures. That was wonderful to see. And if anyone is looking for another great community ride in the North Bay, the Santa Rosa Taco Tuesday ride is really inspiring. I can't remember how often it happens. Adam, you might know, but or Pete. It's weekly, and it's an impressive turnout. Hundreds of people every week, year round. You see every type of bike there, from cargo bikes to road bikes to tandems to low riders to cruisers, all walks of life. It is a truly inspiring event. So might be worth for anyone who hasn't, take the train up on a Tuesday night and go check that out. All right, with my staff updates here. Starting with a couple of quick work order updates. Our crews were able to go out and make some nice winter repairs to the unpaved section of the East Side Ring Trail between the airport and Wiseman Park and Washington Creek. So they, on the left there, you see they got some new base rock down and tamped it down to improve that unpaved trail surface. And then they actually were able to pave the trail access from Appaloosa Circle. So those were some popular community requests that we were receiving. And we intend to eventually fully pave this section with a nice concrete trail similar to what we've done have done and will continue to do on Lynch Creek Trail. But hopefully these interim fixes hold up in the winter months. So we already heard about the bike racks installed at City Hall, and so hopefully some of you use them today. So this is just our first set. We will be continuing with new bike racks at most of our public-facing city facilities, so parks, community centers, et cetera. And then we're also, we've got an emphasis on the downtown area. We've got that request a bike rack form on the city website, and we have a lot of locations where people would like to see more and better bike parking. One of the challenges that we are running into with downtown is the need to, so obviously you'll recall your committee as well as the Historic and Cultural Preservation Committee expressed a preference for on-street bike corrals in the downtown area so that we can kind of declutter our sidewalks and move the bike parking out into more visible locations on the street. We do need to take a step back on that because we do need to add at least 11 ADA spaces in the downtown area per a lawsuit, an ADA lawsuit. So just want to make sure that we are not conflicting with those ADA parking spaces and the on-street bike corrals. They would typically occupy the same space. You generally cite on-street ADA spaces at the corners because they're next to curb ramps, and it's a nice short path of travel to an accessible curb ramp. You would also typically locate an on-street bike corral at a street corner where you don't provide on-street parking for sight distance issues or sight distance reasons. So we will be, I think, getting these in downtown in areas where we've identified several areas where I think sidewalks are wide enough to accommodate bike racks. And at street corners, we're going to hit pause on the bike corrals until we've got our ADA parking spaces located. But I think we'll be able to have some movement on that shortly. We just need to just make sure we're not taking any of those spaces away. So at work orders under development, we've got bike parking, our bike wayfinding pilot. We have found a sign manufacturer. We've got those signs ordered. Those should be going in soon. We've got our speed cushion pilot going in on I Street in the coming weeks. So that was a good partnership with our fire department. We actually measured out all of the wheel spacing on their trucks and on their ambulances to make sure that we've got a template in place that we're going to test out on I Street. We have and that hopefully, if successful there, we can roll out speed cushions throughout the city, especially through the Safe Streets nomination program. We have several improvements that we've already made around McDowell Elementary as a result of our engagement with them through the Safe Routes to School Task Force, and we have a few more to take care of. So we're working through a list there, and that's been a really cool process. Basically, the approach that we're taking in the Safe Routes Task Force is to focus on one school per month. Our first meeting was fairly general, and our first couple of meetings were fairly general. Sorry, and I think what we're seeing is that we get more engagement and we can make more progress if we have if we do a deep dive each month on a specific school. Right now, we're prioritizing by the number of collisions that have occurred within a quarter mile of each school over the last 5 years. McDowell was number 1, McKinley was number 2. So those are our first 2 schools. And basically our format is to do a walk audit that then precedes the meeting. And so at the meeting, we debrief the walk audit. Hopefully we have folks from the school community at the meeting to tell us if there's anything we missed or to elevate any concerns. And then out of that, we generate work orders for quick build improvements. And if there's anything that we can't address through a quick build project, we make sure to make note of it, and we'll be tracking all of those. We have a spreadsheet that we developed with Christina Panza at Safe Routes to School. And so we'll be folding those into our active transportation plan. We'll basically be kind of keeping a running list of all of the school area improvements that we would like to make. We are working on building a new trailhead to the Smart Trail at Shasta Avenue. So that's a dead-end street off of Petaluma Boulevard North. If you ever ride the Smart Trail, you'll see there's a little stub, and then it just hits a fence, and there's a bunch of overgrown brush and a road on the other side of the fence. So that's the road itself is city property. So we got Smart's permission to go cut a hole in their fence and basically create a new trailhead there. That'll be a nice access point for, especially because Shasta Avenue is a signalized intersection off of Petaluma Boulevard. So a good connection for folks to get around a pretty tricky section of Petaluma Boulevard North. We are working on the bike repair stations. We have not forgotten about the generous donation from the leadership group. So we have identified 5 locations. With those, it's really important to be mindful of not only the placing them in locations where they'll be visible, accessible, well utilized, but we also don't want to impede accessibility on sidewalks or trails. And most importantly, we've heard from other cities who have installed these, they are very prone to vandalism. So we want to put them in locations where we're going to have generally have eyes on them. So, outside community centers in areas that are well lit, for example. The 5 locations that we've identified are the Smart Station downtown, which unfortunately is not city property. So we have had to get a license agreement with Smart to install that. We offered to give it to them. They said, no, you can install it and maintain it. So that's what we're doing. That'll be right next to the bike lockers. Seemed like a good location for those. And then the other location that we would really like to provide one is at the Mary Isaac Center, which again is, we're trying to get their permission and buy-in to install that on their property. We also offered to give it to them for them to install, and they would rather have us install and maintain it. But we know it will be well utilized there, especially for the community that uses services at Mary Isaac. I've gone in and visited, and they have, tons and tons of bikes there. And so I think it would be very much appreciated there. And then the other 3 on-city property that we've identified are both of our community centers. So the Petaluma Community Center on North McDowell, the Kavanaugh Recreation Center, and then we really wanted to find one on the far east side. We were looking at Prince Park, a little concerned about risk of vandalism there. So I think we're looking now at Wiseman Park, finding something that will be a little bit more visible, and again, kind of along that east side ring trail. So we're going to move those latter 3 forward shortly, and the other 2 where we need some private property buy-in, we're going to decouple them and hopefully get those addressed shortly thereafter. And we are continuing to identify multi-use trails in need of bollard removals following last year's work on Lynch Creek Trail. I heard Kelly at last meeting mentioned Corona Creek Trail. I've also seen some pretty tricky trailheads on the Washington Creek Trail, but would welcome any other suggestions from the committee. Feel free to shoot me an email if you have some other locations where you'd like to see us pull the bollards out. Eventually, we'd like to remove all of them where, again, kind of where it makes sense, and ensure that people are able to navigate all of our trail access points with minimal risk and maneuvering. Some capital plan and project updates. So as Kelly mentioned, our ad hoc committee met. We went through, I think we're closing in on 100 action items now that we've drafted. So there is some refinement needed before we bring that back to PBAC for a detailed review at hopefully at our February meeting. I'm hoping we don't get any surprise agenda items like we did this month with the blueprint. And we can focus our efforts on that. The Maria Drive improvements project bid was awarded in December, so we will be starting construction hopefully late February on that project, and that will take place throughout 2024. Of course, that starts with there will be some recycled water pipeline put in on part of the project limits. We are working through, we've compiled feedback received on the Howard Street Improvements Project. So we did an online survey. We held an open house here at City Hall. We've compiled that feedback, and we are developing an early design, and we'll be bringing that back to the public in February. Also, hopefully bringing it to PBAC in February or March. Would love to bring that in tandem with the public meeting. And our D Street traffic calming, 5th Street neighborhood greenway projects. We are planning for a presentation, I'd say late winter, early spring, along with a new quick build contract that we would like to, that we're developing, getting out to bid. And what this would enable us to do is have a contractor on call, basically on standby to implement quick build projects as we develop them. So that's been one of our major obstacles here at the city, is every time we have a quick build project of some sort, even for those intersection spot improvements that we've been doing, like we did on Windsor Drive and at 10th and B Street and a few other intersections around the city, we have to go through a contracting process, and for small $10,000 projects, and that just really slows things down. So and it creates a lot of extra paperwork for us. So we're excited about this opportunity to create a contract through which we'll hopefully be able to just churn out these projects, and that would deliver both the D Street and 5th Street projects, and it would also deliver projects implemented through our Safe Streets nomination program, projects identified through the Safe Routes to School Task Force. So it will really hopefully unlock our potential and open the floodgates on our traffic calming and safety improvements. And then you gave feedback on the Lynch Creek Trail project. So that design is being finalized, and we're hoping to get that out to bid later this winter so that we can do construction on that project this summer. Yes.
Go back there. Sorry. On the quick builds, the nomination program, you brought that up. Has there been any communication to the people who've submitted about like when they can expect to hear an update on their proposed project?
That is on the to-do list for next week.
Awesome. Thank you.
And we will also refer them to of course, the yard signs that are available. I'm sure anyone who hasn't already got a yard sign, if they're worried about speeding on their streets, they'll be happy to get a yard sign in the interim.
Do you have the kind with spikes that go through asphalt?
Not yet. Adam mentioned the Safe Streets and Roads for All grant from SCTA. That SCTA spearheaded was successful, and that included our Lakeville corridor study. And he also mentioned the several other countywide plans that we in Petaluma will benefit from. The Lakeville corridor study, I think we've between this and the technical assistance award that we received from MTC last month, which I shared with you, we have that study fully funded, so we can hopefully kick that off once we receive the go-ahead from the funding agencies, and that will be very exciting. Not too many meetings or deadlines to be aware of. Our next task force meeting is on the 18th, again, and that's here in City Hall, 4 p.m. Again, that will be focused on McKinley. So here's a little bit more information about that. Here's your link to all of the agendas and meeting notes that come out of those. And obviously the fairgrounds received a lot of airtime in the committee comment. And so I just wanted you've all covered it very well. I just did provide a link here so that for anyone interested in learning more, and there is also you can sign up for email updates. We also have a short survey if you scroll down to the bottom of the page where you can share your priorities, how you'd like to see that property used as we go into the master planning process. And I would assume that the CCBs will be very much engaged in the master planning process, as will the rest of the community. Sorry, when I say CCBs, that's committees and commissions. And boards. Although, who are the boards? I don't know if there are any boards. All right, so our upcoming agenda items. We've got the active transportation plan, Slow the Fast Down campaign, our 101 crossing study, which we just kicked off. Oops, sorry that says January. I did that last month when I was running through potential items for this month. Howard Street, bike share, Vision Zero update, wayfinding update, our communications ad hoc committee, Upper Petaluma River Trail presentation. That's on the stretch of land between the Lynch Creek Trail and Smart Tracks along the Petaluma River. The Caulfield Bridge Crosstown Connector. So that was a great comment from committee member Rakusin. Yes, we will definitely be bringing that to PVAC for review, not only of the bridge design, but looking at the bicycle and pedestrian connectivity throughout that entire area. It's a point well taken and something we're very aware of. Especially as those development applications come through in that area. And then an offer from committee member Bond to present on her demonstration project in Napa. Anything to add to the list from the committee? All right, great. Thank you all.
Thank you. And I just want to add a couple things maybe of interest to this committee. On the 5th is the First Fridays bike ride. And then on January 10th at 7 o'clock, Urban Chat is hosting at the Live Explore space on 4th Street a tactical urbanism presentation. They're going to show a reel, I think, from the film festival and it's to engage like students and get them involved in tactical urbanism. And another thing maybe of interest through Urban Chat is on January 18th, there's an online presentation with the author of the book Paved Paradise, which I believe is essential required reading now. It's a really interesting book about parking. And that kicks off at 4 o'clock at the same space. And with that, we are adjourned at 8:44 p.m. Thank you.
Senior Advisory Committee is on the 11th at 9 o'clock in the morning at the Community Center. We invite you all to come and visit our community.
Oh, thank you.
This is an audio test. Please remain silent for the best results. This test is designed to ensure the best audio quality experience during your Zoom meetings. Once the test is completed, you will see the results on the screen. Thank you. This is an audio test. Please remain silent for the best results. This test is designed to ensure the best audio quality experience during your Zoom meetings. Once the test is completed, you will see the results on the screen. Thank you.